Well, greetings and welcome, everyone. I am not taking us over to the game just yet because, very unusually, I haven't started it yet. If there's anything we learned last week, it's that Frostpunk is a little bit precarious in the technical sense, running it on this laptop. Perhaps just running it on this laptop while streaming, perhaps partly in general. I think there's something a little strange about GOG Galaxy, which is the launcher that launches the game, which I think I have to play nicely with a bit. So I'm going to be stepping extremely carefully today. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope this game helps us all feel a little cooler today, because it is quite hot where I am today. It's been a very warm weekend, and I spent a lot of time outside yesterday, so slightly exhausting weekend. I do still have my tea to keep my voice going well. But yes, here we are. And so the first order of business, I think, is to first see if I can show you all the opening cinematic, which we had to skip out on last time because it was just stuttering like crazy. I tried starting up a new save file a few days ago, and when I wasn't streaming, it ran just fine. When I ran it recording a video with OBS, same software, just recording a video instead of streaming, there were a couple little stutters, but not bad. So it might have just been a bit too much to ask to stream and play that cinematic at the same time. A little strange, but anyway, I went ahead and recorded it, and I will hopefully show it to you now. So here's the cinematic that we missed last time.
We roam the still, cold world. No horizon in sight. The rulers of old, stripped of pride and glory. It feels as yesterday we were turning the wheels of progress. Until the frost stopped it all. Suddenly, without a warning. When tides had changed, they changed for all of us, no matter wealth or class. We lost our world to snow, and with it, our last traces of humanity. Farewell to plenty, and for those who remained came the time to adapt. We decided to leave our homes and head north. We roamed for weeks, maybe months, leaving behind all the things we once believed had made us. It was hope that pushed us forward. Slowly, step by step. We knew the cost of our journey, and we paid the price 100 times. Finally, the time has come to build the last city on Earth.
Okay. I think that is all stuff that we had been able to piece together. But now let's see if I can properly start this up. I really am asking a lot of my system here. I've got the game running on one screen, I've got OBS over on the other, and I think we're back. OBS just kind of became completely unresponsive there for a second, so yeah, something about starting up the game there was nasty, but we're back, and so let us continue. And I didn't save anything from that other save file I started up to get the cinematic, so let's just head back in. Well, sorry about that. I certainly wasn't about to have the game running while streaming and also playing you a movie at the same time. That would have been a bit much. Just a bit. I want to adjust the volume of my voice a little as well, just because it looks like I'm just a smidge loud. Southern countries and colonies were the first to fall. Ah, okay. Well, maybe that explains why we headed north instead of any direction which might have seemed safer. Okay, so let's pause and take stock of things. Our big emergency right now... Error message again? Oh, boy. Okay. Error message? I am seeing the stream is live. Everything on my end is telling me that I am streaming and that I'm seeing it. Oh, the video download was canceled. Please try again. Try just refreshing the browser tab. Okay. All right, yeah, if I have actually fairly frequently on Twitch been getting there was an error with the video player or an error with the download, and if you press the little button or if you just completely refresh the browser tab, then it works fine. So that's actually been happening to me a lot while viewing multiple people, so that is not uncommon. Thanks for bearing with me. It's a little tough to do all this troubleshooting when I don't have legions of people immediately telling me what's wrong. So, one of our big issues right now is we don't have a lot of wood. And our supply of wood in this crater is finite. We have a potential outpost we can build to get more, but we're gonna have to build another one of these towers, I think, in order to get to it. Let's see what's going on. Generator power upgrade. That is going to be really helpful. It's been a week since I played. More scouts. What's this? We already did that. Allows us to deploy an additional scout team at the beacon. Now that's a scout team, not an outpost team. So I think we're going to need that second outpost depot in order to have a second outpost team. Which means building that needs to be a high priority, because if we can't get wood at a fast clip, then we can't build houses to keep these people warm. Now, on that note, Tic Tac Panda, you are working at the steelworks, but we've got tons of steel. So I'm going to take you off of the steelworks. I'm going to staff it with workers, since we've got a lot of people, because we just got a bunch of refugees in. This sawmill, I'm going to staff with the automaton, because the automaton is going to work 24 hours without any complaint whatsoever. So that'll boost our wood production until we can make things better. In terms of building... Oh, we only need 25 wood for another one? Heck! Let's get it done. Not adjacent to street, that's fine. We'll build a street, though that also takes wood. Okay, let's start things up again. And let's get some streets out here. That will do for now. Just for good measure, let's go across there as well. Refugees from Frostland. The second wave. Oh, goodness. Another huge group of refugees has arrived. They're in even worse condition than the previous one. Many of them victims of frostbite. They all talk about a huge storm coming from the south. Nansen led us north because his years exploring the Arctic taught him to survive here using natural resources. Nobody could have guessed what was coming, though. Should we let them in? We're already having trouble housing the people we have. 70 people. Or only the healthy ones. 20 people will enter. Hope will fall slightly. I'm not too worried about hope and discontent at the moment. It's just the sheer number of people is a lot right now. It's a lot. I'm already having trouble taking care of everybody. Only the healthy ones, I think. I've already got 95 people without homes and only so much wood. And how's... The generator's already on overdrive. We need to finish researching so that we can get it up to the next level without having to run it on overdrive. It's prostheses. Ah! So we have to be able to build prostheses in order to give them out to people. Okay. It's gonna be really cold, but I have to turn off overdrive for a little while. Depot is under construction. Can I build a steam hub? It's only 20 steel. Maybe here by this hothouse? At least put people to work, because we've got severe frostbite. Someone had to have a limb amputated. Now, bunkhouses cost a bit too much resources at the moment. We can put in some tents. want to put you right near the snow pit. That's terrible. As you'll recall, that's where we're piling up our dead people. Let's at least get some tents in. Very least. What's this? That's a bunkhouse. Okay. Generator power upgrade. Oh, okay. It automatically bumped it up a bit. Excellent. Okay. Let's work on the next thing. Factory. That will allow us to make those prostheses. Overdrive couplings. What's that? Allows us to raise the temperature of all heat zones by 2 levels when the generator is put into overdrive. Okay. Efficiency upgrade to use less coal. That is very nice. Steam hub range upgrade. That would be nice. But they'd consume twice as much coal. Improved heaters would be similar. They will heat more, but will use more coal when running. We have to start prioritizing that. Steam sawmill. That would get us wood faster. Sawmill upgrade. Improves the efficiency of all sawmills and steam sawmills. That is very nice. I think I would like to do one more heat-based improvement first, though. Except I don't have a lot of wood now, do I? Very well. Sawmill upgrade it is. Faith thing is going on. Public penance. Grumpy old man. Sir, a crowd has dragged an old man from his house. They are going to force him to submit to the public penance. Repent, you wretch, someone shouts. Maybe this will teach you to keep your foul mug shut. The man is known for his sharp tongue, but we have no reason to doubt his piety and loyalty. Disperse the crowd, or I trust my people. Discontent will fall slightly, he might get hurt, or discontent will rise slightly. Don't be mean to this guy. This is a witch hunt. This would totally just be a witch hunt if you were going after an old woman. You only disguised it slightly because you were going after a grumpy old man. Okay, meanwhile, speaking of... Okay, evening prayers. Let's deal with that discontent. In fact, where's our Inquisition? Staff it with more faith keepers. Can't do a nighttime procession just yet. How's our heat? Still not great. Coal do we have? About a day, and we're bringing it in real fast because of our expedition, so gonna be okay on that front, I think. We desperately need more houses. Let's get bunk houses, and let's put them... Well, first of all, let's figure out what the heck I'm gonna do with these streets. Let's have a street that comes around the back of this building. And now I don't have enough for bunkhouses. Alright, well, we'll wait on it then. We're also definitely going to need more food buildings to provide for all these people. Healthcare protest. Urgent need for treatment. Captain, our people have gathered to protest. The number of the untreated sick keeps rising, but you seem to ignore the problem. They demand that you take action. Open an infirmary. Promise the sick will be treated. Disperse the crowd. Oh. That's different. That'll probably make people very angry, or I won't address this right now. Okay, I'll build an infirmary. It's gonna take our last steam core. Okay. As well as 30 wood. So we're gonna have to wait a little bit on it. I have to shut off overdrive, or else the generator's just gonna explode, but it's about to get a little warmer. So we're gonna be okay. More or less. And we have this outpost. Not enough wood to create a new outpost team. Great. Okay. An infirmary. Let's put it right here by the heater. We're out of wood, yes, I know. Once it's built, then we have to staff it. Okay, hope rises. Wood. Alright. How are you doing on that upgrade? Not there yet. Could build another sawmill, but I'm pretty sure that's just gonna take, well, 10 wood. I'd rather just get that outpost started. About to warm up just a smidge. And we're gonna have a 3-level drop coming up soon. Scouts have reached the Dreadnought landing. Okay, a huge ship has been dismantled here. Only its massive keel plates remain under the ice. Railroad tracks lead south. Search might provide wood, steam cores, and steel. Sure. We found a piece of hull plate bolted to a boulder. It's engraved with the following inscription. In the year 1886, the American expedition aboard Hephaestus landed here in search of a haven from the global glaciation. May God preserve the souls of our fellow countrymen who perished on the way aboard our sister ship Prometheus. We discovered Tesla City. We get loads of wood, a steam core, and a bunch of steel. Very nice. You know what? Head back with that immediately. Need the wood desperately, if nothing else. Outpost Depot manages transports from coal mine. 800 coal arrives every day. Very nice. And you guys almost ready. There we go. Okay. New outpost team. $150 wood every day. Alright. So that problem hopefully will be pretty well handled soon. It's too cold here. Oh, this tent, of course. Okay, it's warming up. Everywhere is pretty comfortable now. Still need to build more homes as soon as we get that wood.
Time to get to work.
The third wave, the third group of refugees is here. They're on the verge of collapse, exhausted by their journey and by tending to the gravely ill and injured with them. Their leader, Nansen, isn't among them. We're evacuating everyone we can, but many stayed behind with those who were too ill to travel, Nansen among them. God have mercy on us all. The great frost is coming. Should we let them in? 60 people, 50 of them gravely ill, or just 10. Alright. I'm gonna let everyone in only because we're about to have lots of wood.
Bundle up. It's getting colder.
Sir, now we can clearly see what the refugees were running from. The great frost is coming. We have to prepare. Our scientists say they can calculate the severity of the storm from observations. They just need a day or two to prepare their instruments and install them in the beacon. Okay. That doesn't give us anything new out here. Here's the beacon. Scouts are coming back with stuff. Sawmill upgrade researched. Excellent. So what else is happening here? Beacon, stereoscopic lenses. Advanced measuring instruments installed in the beacon will enable us to gauge the severity of incoming storms. Ah, okay. Well, that sounds like exactly what we want. But we don't quite have the resources for it, though we will as soon as those scouts get back here. Is there anything we could research really quickly? 16 hours. 9 hours. 9 hours. Charcoal kiln lets us convert wood into coal. It's nice, but it's not quite what we want. Wall drill. Drills into the walls of our crater, uncovering trees that once formed a forest before the ice engulfed them. Produces wood per workday. Okay. That will also be useful. Well, let's just sit on it until we have enough of these. 100 of each. To research those things. Though we are very seriously going to need food gathering as well, because we are severely running short on that with all these people. Storm and city readiness. Da, 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 da. Where are you? In extreme circumstances, the generator can be put into overdrive. We knew this. There it is. This is the beginning of the end. The storm is coming, and when it reaches the city, there will be nothing more you can do but wait it out. The storm moves towards the city, destroying and killing everything on its way, including any outpost teams and scouts caught on Frostland. It will bring with it extreme cold, which will render some facilities inoperative. The city has to be well prepared to survive this natural disaster. Okay. So we have to deal with that as best we can. Meanwhile, wood for a hunter's hut. Desperately need more food. Gradually dealing with overdrive. Can't do the nighttime procession yet. Guys will bring in food. Need wood in order to work on that upgrade. Five hours till they come back. Let's get bunkhouse in. Let's put it right there. Come on. The temple was a good influence on some people. Faith keepers can't do another one of those for a while. Okay. Build an outpost. Hang on. Okay, Winterhome. Yep, they're getting wood. Coal mine. Transport. They're coming back from coal. These people are coming with the wood. Okay. bunkhouse, maybe? Probably could have researched something in the interim. One of our people died. Oh no. Hanging on relatively well. Bunkhouse. I can put right there. And we desperately need more food as well. Okay, they've returned safely. And send them back out or disband them. Alright, first, lenses. Go. You guys next. Where's somewhere you can go that's not too far away? Against the stark white of the snow plateau, something stands out. A thin, dark line. It's hard to tell from this distance what's to be found there. Okay, go there. And in terms of food, hunters' huts are not as dependent on being warm. So I'm gonna build another couple of those.
Work time. Get moving.
Reverb. We have way more sick people than we can deal with. Steam heated infirmary. Let's put in another one of these. Let's put it here. Since we have a steam core for it. Raw food is getting turned into rations. Both get eaten, depending on what's available. Still have lots of wood. Let's get another couple of bunkhouses in. In anymore. I can upgrade the tents to a bunkhouse. That'll be nice. Can I? Yeah, let's complete this little bit of street there. Bunkhouse, can't stick it in there. Can put one here. Of food. Could potentially put another hothouse near a heater. Where are our heaters? feel like they're being quite as helpful as I'd like. Oh, interesting.
Go rest all you can.
When people who were working die, their places are not automatically filled in. I don't like leaving a whole lot of empty space in there. Oh, here's some nice warm spots we can put a couple of bunkhouses. Where now? Put you here. And then street here. Don't like putting people so close to the snow pit, but I can expand this way later. Urgent need for treatment. I don't have any more steam cores is the problem. I have to just shoo you away. I can put a little medical post somewhere within range of heaters. That would be alright. Get our Inquisition out there. It's about to get colder. Another steam hub. I would like to put one out here because of the hothouse. I can also start expanding into that outer area. This thing that only shows 1 out of 10 people. Is it just the construction? Finally getting houses built. put in one more hunter's hut. This food is still a problem. How are those lenses coming? Still working. Desperate father, runaway child. Sir, a man is here to see you. He says that his daughter ran away after the news of the storm spread. He wants to borrow a scout sled and go after her. She's a big girl, but she was always very impulsive and she scares easily, the father explains. I must find her before she's lost for good. She's all I have left. Don't have enough food rations to equip him for the journey. Oh no. I can prevent him from leaving the city, hope will fall, or I can just ignore him. I don't know what'll happen if I ignore him. But I can't equip him. Well, we've got a lot of hope, so let's go with it. Let's get another hunter's hut in here somewhere. Need more wood for that. Kind of got a shortage of workers at the moment. Too many people are sick and frankly dying. Let's take people off one of the coal mines for now, because our outpost is doing pretty well. We need more people to be working on these buildings. Where's the workshop? Okay, I am seeing things progressing. Alright, that's not good. Can we build another steam hub like right here?
Move! Time to get to work.
Everyone has a house now, at least, one way or another. But at this point, we're basically breaking even on workers. Okay, stereoscopic lenses researched. So can we see? Prepare for the storm. Sir, the scientists couldn't believe their eyes, but they've double and triple checked their calculations. They say the strongest winds of the storm will cause the temperature to plummet beyond anything we've ever experienced before. Hunting will be impossible. The plants in the hothouses will freeze. Everyone left outside the city will perish, and so will we if we can't heat our homes properly. We have to prepare. Okay, so how much time do we have left? 6 days. Recall everybody. We have 3 places we can rescue survivors from. Research some more power upgrades. Gather a total of 18 food rations. Ooh, alright. Well, first stop is generator power upgrades. Power upgrade 3 and overdrive couplings. Have not been making fast progress on that. Alright, well, we can go for overdrive couplings. May need more workshops. Definitely need more hunters' huts. They have 6 days to get back here. Scouts have reached the ice crevasse. We found the dying people Nansen's refugees told us about. They're sheltering in an ice crevasse. These people are on their last legs. Despite taking shelter in an ice crevasse, many of them suffer from heavy frostbite and hypothermia. We can help them still if we act quickly and bring them to our city. They can't stand on their own. Some can hardly speak. Okay. Well, let's bring them in. Probably not last the super chill. Yeah, probably not. This is my first time playing. So... I didn't have a good sense of which directions to go first. Let's see. We do have a warm section around here, which I made. Can I build another workshop? 15 wood, 5 steel. Okay, well that's an option. Takes each one of those outpost teams a day to travel, so I can still let them run for a little while. Here as well. MDC is currently warm. Yeah, I'm sure it's relatively warm compared to what's about to happen. And 2 people available. Well, go for it anyway. Or we could have just sent you over here. All right. Well, just... Oh. Now you're... Okay, I'm clearly clicking on the wrong things. having about a day's worth of coal is also a problem. This... Okay. So the workshop is running. Working on the same thing, but faster.
It's time off.
Okay. Overdrive raises temperature in all heat zones by 2 levels. That's great. Next we need... Ooh. Yeah, let's get to the next rank of the drawing board. That used up food, but we're gonna have a hard time doing anything if people are hopeless. And we're not gonna have... Yeah, we don't have a lot of people to work at the hunter's hut. Oddly enough, only workers can work there. Still got 6 days on that. Also, it'd be nice to be able to gather more coal, because I think a shortage of that would be a problem too. Here's our steelworks. I think it's time to take our robot friend off the sawmill. Okay, scouts have returned safely to the city. So the big question is, do we send them out again or should they stay here? Handling more survivors is actually a problem at this point. Walled colony. 2 days and 8 hours to arrive. We've got 6 days total. Okay, we can send people there to find resources. Let me turn around. Definitely has a similar vibe to the Surviving Mars disasters. You can be doing just fine in terms of day-to-day work, but if anything special happens, it could just completely destabilize you. Okay. We've actually got enough wood now, so go back to the steelworks. That's what we need right now. looking at just kind of a slow death at this point. Where is... Workshop is going. I have to turn this off. No steel. Scouts are taking 2 days till they find something interesting. Too many people are dying for them to have enough hope. That's gonna bottom out even before the storm gets here. At this rate.
Time to earn your pay.
Anywhere warm enough. Just tuck another one of these. There's not much that we can do at the Houses of Prayer right now either. Yeah, I think the deaths from the sick is going to be what ends us. We have steel. I was really wanting to build another place to store some coal. Mechanical calculators researched. Cool. We can get another power upgrade. We did take in a lot of sick folks. Yeah, that was the problem. We missed out on losing some hope. Oh, need more steel. Ugh. Because we were willing to take some people in, but that is leading to more loss of hope later when we actually have to see those people die. If we don't have enough space for them. We needed, what, 25 steel for this research? Now, what it's not telling us is that the amount of food we need for a week is likewise dropping. It's not updating that display. Okay. Power upgrade 2. Go. How are you doing? Don't have very many
End of
unemployed.
shift. Go rest all you can.
Can we shuffle some people around? More workers into the hunters' huts. Urgent need for treatment. There is not much I can do about that. Boost hope slightly with a sermon. is. Where's our faith keepers? Hope will rise, discontent will fall. Well, sure. Some people will be injured, though. Oh well. Don't have anyone to run that medical post. Warm the place up again before the weather does it for us. This spot. Final warning. People are desperate. Sir, people are talking openly about overthrowing you. Bereft of hope, they see no future for our city and they blame you for that. What should we do? Just hold on for a couple more days or ask the Faith Keepers to silence them. Sure. Don't have much left at this point. Now, I was in the process of specifying this for coal storage. Thank you. And hungry mother. A woman has come to plead with you. She wants more food rations, but the cooks say that she's already received her allowance. I beg you, Captain, the woman says in a trembling voice. Your men mean well, but they must have made a mistake. I need 2 rations, one for me and one for my sick child. Please. I don't actually have food rations. I only have raw food. There is very little I can do about that right now. Where's the cookhouse? Once it's open, it turns raw food into rations. Days. About to warm up a little bit, and we can turn overdrive off. So if there's a cinematic for the ending, then technical issues may screw us over again, because for those of you who weren't here last week or at the beginning, my laptop has a very rough time dealing with the cinematics in this game, especially while streaming, so we shall see how it goes. Robot friend. And come over here. Fear of the storm. Food theft causes riots. Sir, we investigated the discrepancies between the raw food use and output of the cookhouses. Turns out that cooks are stealing food. People are furious. We caught 1 thieves and 1 typo. They say they wanted to secure their families before the storm shuts down the food supply. 1 people will leave the city forever. Ask the Faith Keepers to supervise the cooks. Sure, that seems to have no other particular costs.
Work time. Get back to work.
Where's the cookhouse? Well, now that y'all have your materials to work with, Can work on that. We've got the generator power upgrade going. People are eating through the rations as fast as we can make them. Scouts will probably be able to bring in more stuff. Coal mine, though. Lack of that is going to be a problem. Where else is everybody? Okay, we have a generator power upgrade researched. What next? Maybe save the game so I can get the video. Well, it auto-saves at the beginning of every day. So, I'm not worried about losing progress. In order for me to record the video, I basically have to stop streaming. Need more steel for the difference engine. I love that this upgrade in research power is a difference engine. That's hilarious. I love it. How much steel we have? Some, but not the amounts that we really need. This scout team may find something. We don't know that. Let's go for an efficiency upgrade. Note to self, don't fidget with things on my desk. As in, what's the difference? No, as in, this is Victorian era technology, and we're gonna invent a computer. Transport of the wood is stopped. Storage is full. Don't want to spend steel on increasing storage capacity. See, one of the problems is we went ahead and figured out how to use prostheses, but we haven't actually built a factory to actually make prosthetics. So that discovery isn't actually doing anything for us. I mean, granted, we've got multiple problems, but that's one of them. We need to build this. 75 steel. That's a lot. I haven't been able to staff this medical post anyway. We can tear that down. Got 249 people. Is there a place I can see housing capacity? Because we may have just more than we need of that by now. 3 out of 10 inhabitants, 4 out of 10 inhabitants. Okay, so we can start tearing out some of these far-flung bunkhouses that aren't full. That will give us more steel. Or here. Okay, so dismantling's already in progress there. We don't have to risk we'll tear out more than we need to. 2 out of 10. Okay, that means you can come out. 0 out of 10. Also. Enough housing for returning folks. Frankly, I think other people will make space for them. We're about to bring more coal in. We need more people here. Just take everyone off the sawmill for a while. Public penance. Confess! 4 days. These people bringing wood in can't finish doing so because we don't have enough wood storage. Maybe charcoal would have been a good idea. Okay, we're getting some steel from the dismantled buildings. We're just spread so thin at this point. Doom-mongering drunks. Sir, a dozen or so people got drunk and took to the streets. They were chasing after women, yelling that we should have some fun before the storm kills us all. What should we do with them? 12 people will leave forever. Or they'll be sent to sober up, but their doom-mongering will affect hope and discontent. Send them home. Big changes. Spend food rations on hope and discontent, but honestly, I don't want to spend the food. Alright, where else are people working? Got a lot of people staffing medical posts. A lot of people in hunters' huts. We are cycling through infirmary patients. Got people en route to some interesting place. Emergency shift at the coal mine, and in fact, put more people here to make the most of it. Okay, efficiency upgrade researched. From now on, the generator will burn less coal. Very nice. Difference engine still needs 75 steel to research. What will we find at this outpost? Well, not outpost exactly, but well, bunkhouses. Okay, scouts have reached the Exile Colony. Numerous snow shelters, expertly built from blocks of hard-packed snow, huddle around cold, burned-out campfires. Deathly silence hangs over the colony. Some of exiles are still alive, just barely. We could try to bring them to our city, although they might die on the way. One of the dying held a diary to his chest. We read the last entry. Exiled from Tesla City, with food and fuel running out, we sent the strongest among us to search for help. They're our last hope. We're afraid this refers to those poor Yankees we buried. Rob the exiles of their supplies and leave them to die. Ouch. Now, oddly, all of these exiles returning to the city and leaving them to their fate and rob them of their supplies, they're all showing the icons for bringing people back. We very much need steel. Unfortunately, we need manpower about as much. But I don't think we can bring anything back. We're probably about to lose anyway, so let's be mean. As soon as we started packing the equipment, some of the exiles stirred from their death-like slumber and, seeing us, started to ask for help. We explained that we first had to stow the supplies for the journey. They seemed reassured and didn't try to stop us anymore. Oof. Alright. Ooh. Places are becoming inaccessible. Alright, come back. Not much left to do. As for outpost teams,
Get going. Time to earn your
you are going from the coal mine. You guys are going to get wood. But we've got plenty of wood. You all... Where to stop? Storage is full. We may have to... We may have to allow them to drop off their stuff before they can properly come in. Emergency shift. Spirits are high. Sir, the people you ordered to stay for the emergency shift returned to work without a word of complaint. We know that with the storm coming, we need to put in extra hours. Everyone has to work together if we're to survive the deadly cold. Thank you. Alright. So... I think I can bring these people back very well. Unless I have a place for them to drop off their stuff. We have 5 hours left on the generator, but we have longer than that until even the next load of coal gets in. Our ability to run the generator at a warmer temperature has outstripped our ability to actually keep it fed. Coal mining optimization, we have that. Coal thumper. We can try that. Nothing else. Prayers might do something. I think this is going to be fairly anticlimactic, but we may just run low on coal before anything else happens. Thankfully, we haven't had to run it on overdrive for a while. We're gonna have a couple of temperature drops before the actual big freeze, so there's that. 52 steel. Are coming in. We're still waiting to drop off that wood. Can I just build a depot for it? This is partly just learning how it works. Okay, you build a coal thumper to create new surface coal deposits suitable for gathering. Can't quite research the difference engine yet, but I don't think it's going to make a difference because we wouldn't have enough coal to run the generator that hot anyway. Need for treatment. There is nothing left. There really isn't. Okay, these guys are still waiting to drop this off. Still got relatively little coal left. Let's see. What are these coal thumpers? Another kind of forced science thing, since I don't think we're going to be in any serious position to survive what happens next. But I'm kind of not surprised. This is certainly the kind of game where knowing what tends to happen is very useful. 251 is raiding with 10 raiders. Hello. Welcome. You have arrived in the middle of basically a disaster zone. Hi. So here is our extremely cold city, and it's about to become even colder, and with this being my first time playing, I don't think we're gonna have the resources to survive it. But we're gonna see what happens when that happens. So you can stick around and watch us crash and burn and freeze over, I think. Where are these people? Reaching target in 13 hours. Okay, so when you actually come back, then can I tell you to stay here? Because I don't think there's gonna be very much point in sending you out again. Yeah, and we've got,
The work shift starts.
well, we've got increasingly few people. We're about to not have so much of a problem with steel anymore. Whole shipment is coming back. But I'm honestly not certain. Oh, maybe. Dismantle the outpost to call back an outpost team and stop further transports. Okay, that is it. What genre is this title? Well, it's a survival city builder. Basically, when you get here, you have this crater that's empty except for this generator in the middle, and you build up your city around it. Actually, let's take a look at the street structure that you set up. It's this very nice radial pattern. And it is actually very similar to Surviving Mars, if you're familiar with that one. That's something I've played on the channel a couple times, in that you're in a very harsh environment, and occasionally you get these decision things to deal with, such as fear of the storm, prayers at work. Oh yes, we went with a faith-based society rather than a kind of law and order one, because when we got the chance to choose one or the other, I thought the law and order one sounded a little bit too fascist for me, so I went with the faith-based one, and so now we have the Inquisition. Sir, the people employed at this steelworks refuse to work today. They intend to spend the entire shift praying. We've been working like madmen, sir, but there's only so much we can do to prepare. Let's face it, this is the end of the world. Through prayer, we can find the hope of deliverance, whatever happens. You know what? We're about to get a big old shipment of steel. So, sure. Go for it. I'm actually perfectly fine with this. Are people hungry yet? A couple people are, which I'm not sure why they are, because we do have food rations around. Not anywhere near as much as we need to survive the big frost, but they certainly shouldn't be hungry today. That doesn't make any sense. Winterhome. Okay, can I recall you people? Idle. Please come back. Still kind of confused. Scouts Unit number 3 have returned safely to the city. I don't think... Yeah, no, they're not going to be able to go anywhere useful in the time we have left. So, let's go to the beacon and disband this team of scouts, which means they're available to work. Actually, I'd kind of prefer you to work in the actual coal mine. It was a... I wonder if you're able to make a balance between each method of ruling. Not so much, because the decision of which style of society to have was determined when we got a decision point earlier in the game. It was pretty scripted. Now here's another thing. I haven't done much with the laws since they stopped prompting me. Overcrowding. Our medical facilities should be fully utilized, even if we have to put the patients on the floor. Discontent, but capacity of medical facilities is doubled. Sure.
A new law has passed.
But anyway, there was a plot point earlier on when we had to basically choose which philosophy to follow, and it gave us the option of basically law and order or faith. Like, what philosophy is going to give our people a sense of purpose so that we can hang together? And that was what we went with. We went with the faith one. So, and with some of those laws, they give you a choice between two different laws, so we can't sign any right now, but for example, let's see. Okay, so for radical treatment, okay, corpse disposal, here's one. So basically, one of the earlier questions that we got was, what do we do with dead people's bodies? And I was thinking, and the two choices we got were, one, we can put them in cemeteries, we can give them proper burials, people will be happy about that. The other option is to just pile them in the snow, keep the bodies frozen so that we can use them for something later. Now, I saw very faintly this organ transplants law, and I thought, ooh, Victorian mad science, that sounds fun. So I went with corpse disposal in the snow pit, which makes people sad, but it means we could maybe use all this stuff, you know, all these corpses later. But we never actually got around to that, and it basically means that anything we could have done related to nice funerals and having cemeteries is now closed off to us. These law choices are permanent. So I cannot, for example, set a law that addresses harsh conditions and then change my mind later once conditions are better. So you really are making pretty permanent choices with those things, and you could certainly make harsh choices at some times and less harsh choices at other times, and that would work out to be centrist on average, but it's not like you can specifically choose a path that is labeled as centrist. Alright, what are we going to research? Steam coal mine. Takes 2 steam cores. Ouch. We can try and research this next tier. Just not sure we'll be able to do much with it. Great effort on getting more food, though. Our automaton friend is fine. Mine is running. We might have time for one more load of coal.
Finish your labors, people. The workday is up.
Quite a linear choice system. The game is pretty story heavy. Yeah, it's interesting. I watched the very beginning of a playthrough of this game from when it was like in early access, and a different choice was the one presented for that first law. Like, it was one specifically about child labor. And that's a question that we've never gotten in this playthrough. Medical facilities. All these buildings look the same to me. Medical post. Okay, infirmary. How are people in the infirmary going without food? Hunter's hut doesn't have enough people. What's this group? Ah, more places are becoming completely inaccessible. Gonna have to risk one more. Even so, it's not gonna be enough to last the week. I feel like we're really just kind of looking at a slow death at this point. Safekeepers, that's our Inquisition. We can keep discontent down. Strangely enough, that hope went up, probably just because the wave of people dying wasn't so bad. If people can get out of the hospital and back to work, that'll be something good, but not great. they... Oh, disbanding. Disband the team and recover resources. Okay. That's the one. How about this one? Where are you? Not sure. Sir, an argument erupted between some workers last night. Some of them wanted a portion of the resources their facility produces so they can prepare for the storm. It came to blows, and though nobody was seriously injured, tensions are running high. Well, keep me updated. Very similar to Surviving Mars. Just in the sense that sometimes you get these story events that you can't actually do much with. Okay, waiting. Come on back. Now, while we're here, there are some of these places that have heaters that may not need them if we have to turn the generator back up. Aguma Fox's sister played Surviving Mars. Did she end up playing it for hours at a time and totally lose track of the passage of time and wonder hours later why she was hungry and thirsty and her feet were falling asleep? Because that's what happened to me. Not while streaming, but Surviving Mars is the biggest time abyss of any game I've experienced.
Brace yourselves. Cold is coming.
There's an Xbox One copy. That's interesting. I've never played this style of a game on a console. Alright, well, the hothouses are not going to work anymore at this point.
Get to work. Move, people. There's plenty to do.
There was something it wanted to tell us about the coal thumper. And don't worry about the music. It always turns off when I open this up. I don't know why. It's kind of silly. You can order people to gather from the coal from the piles or employ them in gathering post. More than one gathering post might be needed to collect it all. Alright, well. Try that. There comes the music again. A mob storms the stockpiles. Sir, a crowd of terrified people has stormed the stockpiles and started plundering our supplies. We managed to fight them off, but they demand wood for heating and to reinforce their homes. We'll need 620 wood to supply everybody. City comes first. I don't think we ever got that. Oh yeah. Final warning, people are desperate. Ooh, the Faith Keepers disobey me. I have 2 days to raise hope. Ouch. Okay. Well, last ditch effort. Don't think we'll be able to run the charcoal kiln once things get really bad. We've got plenty of wood and not enough coal, so... that's about all we've got at the moment. Oh wow, a bunch of people got sick. People are coming back. Not actually bringing coal with you, though. So, the outposts are nice, but it definitely looks like we can't really count on them for long-term supply. Were they just all out at the riot or something and left the hospital? I don't understand. Oh, okay, it's just too cold for people to be in the medical posts. Problem is, though, we don't have enough coal to keep the generator running for very long at any higher steam level. Difference engine researched for all the good that'll do. We've got about a day and a half left. Sermon actually accounts for a lot of hope. Workshop, where are the Faith Keepers? Hope restored. Alright. For all the good that does. There's the Faith Keepers. Urgent need for treatment. Not gonna work. Detective Tomato, thank you for the follow. You are just in time to see us crash and burn, I think. And I disband this group, yes. All teams are back in the city. Everyone with a mission away from the city is back and safe. If it's possible to be safe from the cold coming our way, that is. I don't think so, but at least the manpower can keep us running just a little longer. Coming in from 251 stream, but can't stick around. Well, the VODs will be up for 2 weeks, and glad to have you. Though whether it'll be one long VOD or a couple short ones like last time, I have no idea. Depends on what the computer's able to handle. Alright, speed up time. I don't see this lasting very long. You are not saved, you are not clean, you are not worthy. You will bring doom upon us. Confess! Scum like you are a plague infesting this world. Alright, once again, if game over comes with a cinematic, I may have to skip out of it if it proves too much. Suicide. Sir, the man who wanted to go looking for his daughter was locked in his house as you ordered. Today his neighbors found him hanging from the rafters. He left a note saying that this was the only way he could be with his child. May he rest in peace. Throw him in the snow pile. Hope is rising. Well, yeah, because I triggered all these religious things. Even though the numbers show that we are clearly not going to survive any of this. Because basically, anything we're doing to make things better is just going to completely stop once the cold hits us. So this is the point where the generator just burns out, frankly. Our facilities are already too cold to really work. Generator is shutting down. Yep. So I don't know whether mundane cold or the actual storm will reach us first. There's not much I can do about it, though.
Brace yourselves. Cold is coming.
Yeah, and this isn't even the main thing yet. Sort of turn it back on.
One time. Get moving.
People feel cold when playing this game. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that'll counteract the very real summer that is going on outside where I actually am. But yeah, I back when I was playing World of Warcraft during the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, where it's like, okay, everywhere we send you to in this game is going to be covered in snow. It was like that. I felt cold just playing. Everywhere is too cold, and there's not much to do about it. Okay, generator efficiency increased. Sure, that's great. Range upgrade. But that increases the coal use. Hunting tactics. Hunters' huts will employ fewer people. Flying hunters. See, this would all be interesting stuff for our next playthrough. Oh well. We literally are going to run completely out of coal. Even with what little we have. Even with the low level that we're running everything at. Oh, interesting. These icons are slightly different sizes depending on if it's very cold or completely freezing. Oh, that was fast. People are furious. Sir, people are extremely discontent with your rule. A revolt could break out against you at any minute. What should we do? Oh, okay. This is high discontent rather than low hope. Okay, well. We've still got faith keepers.
Wrap up well.
Alright. This is gonna be probably the end of things. Andrew Patton 97, thank you for the follow. Welcome to probably the end of the world. The storm hits the city. A howling gale bursts upon the city and the generator creaks and groans under the weight of the wind. Pale faces turn towards rattling windows. Trembling lips utter words of prayer. The cold will be brutal. Hunting is impossible. The soil in the hothouses will freeze. We'll have to make do with the food we've stockpiled. Which is not much at this point. Just getting here wore us out so much that I don't think we have anything much left. Well, okay, food we don't have enough of. It looks like... other buildings are not necessarily completely out. Interesting. Alright, so will the cold get us first, or just the lack of hope and the complete discontent? Apathy sets in. Sir, the people you ordered to stay for yet another emergency shift are working very slowly. After so many hours of toil, they've become apathetic. They don't see how we can survive the storm, no matter how well we prepare. 50% efficiency during this work shift. Discontent can't get any higher. Funny, this outpost building is clearly visibly running. It's just not got anyone in it. It's a lot of motion for something that doesn't actually have people working there. We're kind of sort of breaking even on coal. But we won't for very long. We're probably gonna starve before anything good happens. Cab. Okay, we have the charcoal kiln. Ah, disabled by storm. Yeah, it was saying that hunters wouldn't be able to hunt. Fail a lot on these kinds of games, more used to Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft, at least... I've never actually played Minecraft. I'm probably one of the few people in the world who hasn't, but... at this point. But, it doesn't necessarily ask you to strategize, from what I've seen. Ill and their families have gathered to demand that we do something, anything to help them, but the number of frostbite cases keeps rising and we might not be able to help all the sick in time. We could use triage to heal most of them, but many would have to die. Days to use triage. Alright, what's that? Sign the triage law. Where is that? Care House triage. New ability. You can use triage in medical facilities to instantly heal half of patients, but a quarter of patients will die instantly. Hope will fall and discontent will rise. Oh, discontent is too high and hope is too low for me to sign a law. Interesting. Okay. Captain, an angry crowd has gathered to protest against the deplorable state of our healthcare. Many of our people have been ill for a long time with no help in sight. They demand a new place of treatment. I don't think I can build one. I don't have any more steam cores. Now, one thing we can do is take people out of hunters' huts if they're not even working anymore. Yeah, there's more micromanaging in this game than I'm used to. There's more having to walk around to each building and say specifically, I want these people taken off of this building and put onto this other one. Because in Surviving Mars, you don't have to do that. People just kind of automatically balance themselves. Large resource depot. Okay, well, that's not something we need. You know, for such a dire situation, it's taking a surprisingly long time to kill us. Okay, we don't have food rations to run the sermons. Sometimes people are cockroaches. Yeah, seriously. If it wasn't for discontent being a thing, it'd be pretty much okay. Charcoal kilns now produce more coal. Okay, now that's not going to help us forever because we are also running out of wood. But sure, what else could we find? Coal mining rationalization. Okay. This is kind of ridiculous. There's not much I can do for hope. can use a couple of cooldowns, but those have specific times of day when they happen. So that may not be fast enough. Your time has come. Oh boy, that's the end of it. Banishing him won't save us, but it's a relief. Glad I'll never see him again. Lucky bastard, he'll die quickly. What does it change? We're doomed anyway. The end. You are banished. A band of grim men escorts you under the generator. The waiting crowd is silent. People observe you as you pass, their faces blank as though they were watching snowfall. You are summarily judged and spared the death sentence in recognition of your efforts. You are banished from the city instead. I did my best. Alright, well that's the end of that first attempt. So, we got another couple of hours to start another attempt here. So, let's give it another try. If the opening cutscene is choppy, I will end it immediately. When it became clear that the winter wouldn't end, the British... Oh. Okay, yes. Still choppy. Okay. Yes, I apologize, chat. Whatever combination of computer and everything else makes it impossible for me to stream the cinematics of this game. So, if you want to see it and you haven't been able to elsewhere, you can check near the beginning of the VOD of this stream, and you will see when I played it from... Actually, no, you may have to watch the incredibly short VOD that is probably separated from this one, because I had to fix things again after that, but oh well. Alright, so, starting over. We fled from London and crossed the sea to reach the frozen north. On the way, our convoy was hit by a blizzard and scattered. A handful of us managed to reach the site of this generator, okay, which we now know were built in advance up here, only to find it frozen solid and abandoned. Why is no one here? Did any of our people survive the blizzard? Are there any others out there? Whatever we do, we should expect the worst now that the world as we know it has crumbled. Having a separate computer to host the stream? Oh, I'm certain. I'm certain it could help. I just don't have one. #51 says, I must get to sleep. I always enjoy your streams as they are very relaxing to watch, even if it's people dying in the cold. Good night. Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you for your kind words, and I'm glad you're having fun, even if it is people dying in the cold. Alright, so now everyone who didn't get to see the beginning of the game can see it. So, we need to get the generator working. It provides heat and power to other buildings. Without it, we'll freeze to death. Stockpile some coal and start the generator. Okay, so now I have the benefit of knowing more what I'm doing. Knowing how to do things like build streets, and how to actually staff the medical buildings once I've built them. So let's see. It looks like we have the same crater every time. So this is a puzzle that needs solving in similar ways each time. Okay. So clearly there's some benefit to using a gathering post rather than just gathering. But we don't have a good way of making steel yet. Here's a coal pile. Start gathering from both of these. Imagine if you can turn the city into LA. This is a coal-powered generator. It's gonna be LA whether we want it to be or not. Let's see. Building streets. Let's not build streets yet. We do need to get some wood and steel in order to do that. Well, wood specifically. Okay. Okay, and we do have coal, so go ahead and turn it on right away. See, my first playthrough, it took me a while even just to figure out how to turn the generator on, because I wasn't used to the interface, so we have that going for us now. Now, in terms of getting our other basic things set up. Used to farmland, wouldn't know how to survive in a city. Oh wow. I'm like the opposite. Well, not city. I've always lived in suburban places. Let's prepare to have a street go out this way. And we can stretch our food if we start with a cookhouse right from the beginning. Though it does have a base heat level. Let's build an inner ring here. Put the cookhouse here. Ah, okay. This is the same thing that Avak got when he streamed Frostpunk back when it was pre-release. He didn't even have an opening cinematic to wrestle with. There's so much to do and not enough hands to do it. A quick way of addressing this problem is to put our children to work. We can consider signing the child labor law. There aren't enough hands to do all the work. We'll allow children to be employed in safe workplaces like cookhouses or hothouses. The other option is child shelters. Children will be safer if they stay in child shelters during the day, and they won't cause any mischief. So if we go for child labor, then children can work in safe workplaces. Not coal mining, I presume. Hope will fall slightly, and child workers can be injured in accidents. If we go for child shelters, then we'll need to build one. Hope will rise, and providing all children with a place in a child shelter gives a permanent hope bonus. In real life, would child labor cause negative mental health effects? Just an internship. Well, interestingly enough, you can kind of see the shadows of what would be available later on, depending on what laws we sign. So, if we were to sign the child labor law, then eventually we'd have the option to be able to put children to work in any job, including coal mines, I presume. And that's where you get the serious problems. With child shelters, it looks like there's an option for medic apprentice and engineer apprentices, so it looks like they will have some way to contribute later, even if we put in a child shelter now. Avak went with the child shelter, and I never saw what came of it long term. So partly out of curiosity, I'm gonna go with this. Also, he's Welsh, and he had a very severe aversion to putting children to work in coal mines because his country has seen too much of that already. Let's go with child shelters. Okay, but it means we need to build one. We need 20 wood and 5 steel, okay? What are they gonna do all day? Watch the snowfall? Kids could do something useful during their time in the shelter. Yeah, because see, we never signed either of those laws last time, and so one of the things I'm gonna do in this playthrough is look more carefully at the Book of Laws and make sure that I'm actually signing things, because those laws could actually give us the capability of doing things. History of gold mines in Montana. I only visited Montana one time. I think we went to some gold mine related place. Food. The generator hums with reassuring warmth, but we shouldn't take it for granted. If the generator goes down, the city dies. Be mindful of coal reserves. Now food. There will be no city if we starve to death. Secure a way to provide raw food and build a cookhouse to prepare meals. So I built the cookhouse already, and the reason for that is... well, I'm building it. It takes 2 raw food to make 1 food ration. So if we can, right off the bat, turn our 100 food into 200 food rations, that's a big bonus for us. And we also need to build that child shelter, so... that will have priority even before homes go in. Steel can't send anyone else. Don't need quite so much steel, actually. I may have to embrace the micromanagement a little more than I've done in the past. Yeah, we went to Montana and Yellowstone, and there'd been a forest fire not too long ago at the time, and so everywhere you went in the park, you saw all these just charred trunks all over the place.
Time to rest, folks. Work's out for today.
Base heating level of 2. Let's put you here, right next to the food. No roof over our heads. Captain, people are understandably concerned about the lack of shelter. They're falling ill from sleeping outside in this terrible cold. We'd better do something about it. Some shelter, or shelter for everyone, or I won't address this right now. I'll build for 40 people, kind of like before. Been smoky air for months. You could smell the burning wood for days, pretty much the whole summer. Yep. I am in California, so... all too familiar with that phenomenon. Man, I don't even have enough wood to build streets for you guys. Housing do we have right now? We still just have tents, and that only takes wood, so let's take a few more people off steel, add them to the wood crates. Word of advice, the wisdom of the crowd. Captain, when facing demands, remember this. People usually look for the quickest solution, not the best one. You don't have to agree to everything they ask for. If you fix the problem your way, it's fine. I'll bear that in mind. Thank you. Let's get these places built. So right now, manpower is kind of a limiting reagent. Hey, the child shelter is ready and the children are safe inside. People can work without worrying that something will happen to their kids. Hope rises. My screen is flickering a little bit. Okay, there's the cookhouse. Let's take a few people off the wood pile and make sure that the cookhouse is actually staffed. We've got a fair amount of coal. So let's keep on that wood pile. Somewhere. Steel wreckage. More coal. Wood crates. That's good. Okay. We're not going to be gathering any wood for a little while, so let's speed through the night. Build a hunter's hut or a hothouse, and we're going to need medical attention soon as well. Okay, let's actually prioritize the wood even farther. Not much I can do till I have it. Okay, we can introduce a new law. What have we got? Medic apprentices. Education is the key to our future. Let's teach our children medicine so they can help with the sick. After introducing this law, another one can be passed later. Children from child shelters will help at medical facilities, raising their efficiency. Or engineer apprentices. After introducing this law, another one can be passed later. Education is the key to our future. Let's teach our children engineering so they can help with new designs. Children from child shelters will help at workshops, speeding up research. I kind of feel like keeping up with the sick was a constant struggle last time. So let's have them be medic apprentices.
New law in the city.
Well, it's surely better than letting them bum about all day.
Get to work. Move, people. There's plenty to do.
Sounds great. Let's get that wood so I can build some houses and then people won't get sick all the time. Okay. Tents. Cluster around the center. We'll need a total of 4 in order to keep our promise. We also need that hunter's hut. How much game time passed in our first runabout? Ooh. I think it was 30-something days, which is about right, because we started at day 22 at the beginning of this stream. And we got about... That was about... so it took us... 4 hours of playing-ish last week to get through 22 in-game hours. So we probably got through about half again as much today. Only 20 wood for a hunter's hut. It's a slightly larger building, and I'm gonna try to be a little more efficient with the sizes of things. So kind of putting things of the same size together. So not nearly long enough for these kids to grow up much. Is there agriculture types of things? Yes, there sort of is agriculture. If we build a hothouse, that is a greenhouse. And if the term hothouse is not familiar to you, well, this is a Victorian style setting, and that's what they used to call greenhouses back then. The cookhouse is not running because we don't have any more raw food. So let's just turn down the staffing so as soon as we get some, we'll be able to work on it. Child shelter, a note of thanks. We just wanted to thank you. Back in London, it was only the wealthy that didn't have to send their kids to work. In this new world you're creating, we can see things will be different. Hope rises. Yay! Let's not get complacent about that. Steel. Got more steel than we need. Any more wood? Not much that we can get. Day-night cycle. Did I look at that much before? I don't think I did. Okay, well, I sort of remember this. The city wakes up at about 6 o'clock. People have some free time until the work shift starts at 8, unless there's construction work to do. After they finish their shift at 18, so 6 p.m., they are free to help with construction again, which can keep them up well past midnight. You can extend the 10-hour work shift if you sign certain laws, okay? And I think it does also get a little colder at night, so there's that. So yeah, we can build a hothouse. The challenge with the hothouse is it does produce more food than a hunter's hut, but you have to keep it warm enough or it doesn't work. It has a higher temperature requirement than the hunter's hut does. Not nearly long enough for the kids to grow up. Yeah. Though, this being a simulation game, that may or may not come into play. Hunter's hut is on the way. Build more tents.
Night is coming. Put down your tools.
One more of these. And then I'm gonna... Well, no, we can put streets between things, so I won't worry about where our tents are going. Besides, it's totally fine if all our residential stuff is clustered near the center, because people need to stay warm. Felt like game time moved much faster on Mars. Well, certainly there was definitely a big element of sim time happening on Mars. So in surviving Mars, one sol stands for one day-night cycle, but it also tends to work like one Earth year in terms of long-term events happening. It's kind of like when you play City Skylines and the date counter is ticking away down here while the day-night cycle is happening, and daytime lasts for weeks and then nighttime lasts for weeks, and that's just what the game does. So I wasn't looking carefully, but it seems like kids don't grow up in this game. Just because if they did, I feel like we would have been given some kind of choice about training people as engineers or not. So I think it's good that we're having them do something. With basic resources secured for now, we can try to rescue the people we left behind. Build a beacon, scout Frostland, and save as many survivors from our expedition as possible. You'll need a workshop to design plans for more advanced buildings. Yes, and in fact, multiple workshops might be a good idea, because now we know this is the kind of thing you want to have running at high speed. Okay, let's build... Let's put the workshop... here. Shelter promise fulfilled! Everyone feels relieved with a roof, even a flapping one over their head. Huzzah! The hunter's hut needs workers. Let's keep people on that coal mine. Let's put just the bare minimum on steel wreckage. On the hunter's hut. Even taken off the food crates. Or wood crates. Getting my locations mixed up. We're gonna need one more set of tents. But we're gonna need wood. Okay, we need engineers. Well, we need to decide what to research first. Probably the beacon. And just put some engineers to work somewhere. No children in shelter. Oh, are they elsewhere? Engineers out sick. Only workers there. Where did I scroll you away to? Ah, there we go. So we can see where workers are. See, can we hover over this to see where our engineers have gone? I can't have lost you already. No? Search. Herald Archer is out of the city. Are you gathering stuff? Bottom right coal pile. Oh, okay, thank you. Bottom right. There you are. There. Now you can work on a beacon. once we have wood.
Work time. Get back to work.
8, 9. Okay. Now you can research the beacon. And we still need one more set of tents and some medical facilities. Wood, okay. And maybe I can remember this time to actually staff the medical building once it's built. That was giving me serious trouble last time. Okay, the medical building is small, and let's keep it close to the fire. Switching between buildings. Yep, we've seen this. Got one steam core to work with. Sir, a woman came forward after we built the workshop. She said that her husband and daughter didn't reach the city with the main group, but she's sure they're still out there. She wants to join the first scout team we'll send out. She urges you to hurry. Do what we can. Those Tesla coils on the back of that thing? I didn't notice that before. I was always turned the other way. Or is that just some graphical thing? No, those seem to be gears. Oh, nope. Okay, perhaps some combination of gears and Tesla coil, which is the most mad science thing ever. That's awesome. Down wood. Okay, let's build a beacon. Now I actually really like that it kicks us back down to normal game speed when something significant happens. Just because quick action is actually pretty crucial around here. Alright, so food, health, and shelter, resources. We need to jump on these things pretty quickly. Hunter's gear will get us more food per hunt. It's quick and easy and cheap. Let's go for it. We have seen that we're gonna need a giant stockpile eventually, so there's no reason not to just pile it up now. Also, tents and medical place are on the way. Beacon! Okay, it's a big building. Let's put it in this second ring. Let's bring the street around some more. Crates depleted. We have some more wood around. We have these around. We have people freed up to work on other things. We're no longer lost and blind. From now on, our people will be able to survey the icy barrens that surround us. Frostland. Excellent. Okay, Lost Expedition. That's where we can go first. So, here at the beacon, we need 5 citizens available. We can head to the Lost Expedition. Go. People cheer as the giant observation balloon soars above the city. This is a real feat. Everyone feels proud of the work they've done to make it happen. Volunteers have lined up, eager to go looking for our lost people in Frostland. The woman who came forward earlier is among them. Alright, I see a medical place built, so let's get some people working there. They have to be engineers, but the kids will help out too. So we should be able to treat our sick much more effectively than last time. Since last time I wasn't really quite grasping all the micromanaging. Like another critical priority is to collect as much high-value gear nearby as possible. Yeah, it was kind of nasty when we lost some to the polar bears last time. Okay, our hunters are set up. They're going to be more effective soon. We've got a cold snap coming. Can we build another workshop? Yes. We can sign another law as well. Food additives. Oh, that's Victorian. We can add sawdust to meals to make them more filling, although not exactly tasty or healthy. Sawdust meal available in cookhouses. New recipe. Hope will fall slightly, discontent will rise slightly. Some people eating sawdust meals will fall ill. Oh, goodness. Soup. We can cook soup instead of full meals to feed more people with the same amount of raw food. New recipe for soup. I guess we'll need to choose which recipe we want any particular cookhouse to use. Hope will fall slightly, discontent will rise slightly. Eating soup will cause discontent. Now, if we had 2 cookhouses running, that could be interesting to have one of them making regular food and one making, say, soup. Is sawdust slightly better than processed foods? Well, might be more organic. As to whether or not it's better exactly, I couldn't tell you. But it is definitely Victorian. I'll give you that. Now down here we had some of these medical options. Radical treatment will be, we'll try everything to cure the gravely ill, from invasive surgery to amputations. So we'll be able to treat the gravely ill even in medical posts. Hope will rise slightly, but some of the gravely ill who are treated there will be amputees. If we sustain life, then the gravely ill will be kept alive but untreated in medical posts. They'll remain a burden as long as they're there. Not sure what I want to do about medicine just yet. The fighting arena. Nothing relieves tension better than watching a few rounds of an all-out slugfest. New building, fighting arena. Evening bouts will reduce discontent, but you'll have to build a fighting arena. I see a dueling law up there. Emergency shifts and extended shifts were really useful last time, so I think I'm going to go this direction, even when we haven't been pushed for it. And discontent will rise slightly, but after that, we'll only raise discontent if we actually use the emergency shift, so...
New law! A new law has passed.
Reminds you of college burgers? Oh no. Oh. College food was pretty good in my case. Honestly, it was sometimes too organic for its own good. Oh yeah, we're gonna use all the local ingredients and it's gonna be organic, but we can't make just a plain old spaghetti sauce to save our lives. Too liquidy. $5,000 Quatloos says he wins. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna need more engineers. You're not hiding in there anymore. Oh, yes you are. My playstyle in Surviving Mars tends to be for fast research too, so... Oh man, we have wood sitting right here? Dang, what am I doing? Get this out of here so we don't have to build on top of you. Whenever you get low on food, you get creative with ideas. Yeah, but... like... sawdust creative? I hope not. Let's see. Don't have a giant amount of resources. Let's see what happens when we find our people.
Wrap up well. Frost is here.
Okay, people are going to get sick if we don't keep them reasonably warm. Turn us on, though we don't have giant amounts of coal right now, so let's
Get to work.
scale back the wood,
There's plenty to do.
scale up the coal. Scouts have reached the lost expedition. The rest of our people made camp here, too exhausted to go on. We should escort them to the city. Happy reunion! We enter the camp, appearing out of the driving snow. A choir of excited voices welcomes us. Thank God you found us. We had been wandering for days until we couldn't go on any longer. Soon we'd begin to starve. Children and adults surround us, packed and ready to go. The observatory and the sturdy shelter, so we can escort them, or we can just send them. So that, it will take longer and some of them may die. Let's go ahead and escort them. Okay. When they get here, we'll have more of a workforce. That will be very nice. come up with ideas pregnant women tend to conduct for food. Oh dear. Pickles and ice cream? Of course, never having been pregnant myself, I wouldn't actually know. Hunter's gear! They'll return with up to 20 raw food from each hunt. Well done. Okay, so what next? Would be nice to get into eating. Got our beacon already. Master gathering. People gathering resources from coal piles, wood crates, and steel wreckage will work faster using gathering posts or not. Just the speed boost we get from this could be nice early on. Need a few more wood to make it happen. Wild frostbite. A citizen became gravely ill. One of our people has become gravely ill due to frostbite. This will keep happening if people have to work in such cold. Okay, so now we have to figure out what to do. Okay, we have to wait a little bit before we sign a new law, though. Alright. Some of our places are pretty cold. One thing we can do is set up a gathering post, and that could actually be heated. Okay, scouts have returned to the city. You guys... Oh. You guys will show us a cutscene first. It's heartwarming to see families reunited after so many hardships. But shouldn't there be other settlements nearby? The first expeditions left London long ago. They ought to be well established by now. They'll surely help us find our footing. We'll look for the others. I'm not optimistic. Okay. Let's go to the observatory. See if we can find our automaton friend soon. Okay. Our people found a trail leading into the wilderness. We should follow it. We must find other people and ask them for help to secure our survival. Okay. Oh, over here. Fine, go that way. And all these places. Let's get people working on them. Not the engineers, though. I will work on another hunter's hut soonish. And we should be able to work on faster gathering. Wood. Okay, we would need to research the hothouse and then build it. And we also need more housing for people, okay? Good to remember. Okay, there's our heat zone.
End of shift. Go rest all you can.
gonna have to build a few tents outside that, but one thing we can do is plan for a heater. So if we were to plan for putting a heater somewhere up here and cluster some houses around it, that would be effective. Oh, or the cookhouse. We could make sure that is properly heated too. So we can cluster some houses around this place as well. Resources shortage. We're getting short on resources. Our needs are great and growing by the hour. To address this, we can enact a law that will allow us to extend working hours. Yes, I would actually love to do that. Sign the extended shift law. We can extend the workday in any facility to 14 hours. Sounds good.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
Hunter's hut. As soon as we have the wood for that, I want to build another one. Cookhouse can't get anything done because it's cold. Make that wood pile a priority. Thankfully, just a temporary one. Can't keep overdrive running forever. Okay, so
Move. Time to get to work.
another hunter's hut. And more tents. And I'm going to plan on putting a heater over here, which means I'd like for housing to be close by. It'll be cold for now, but we'll make it better. Redwood Ranch, for example, well, that sounds like perfectly serviceable pandemic cuisine. I certainly got creative in that direction sometimes when I didn't have conventional leftovers so much. Okay, faster gathering researched. Well done. Let's work on that steam hub. Each active unmodified steam hub consumes 3 coal per hour. Or we could use heaters to heat workplaces. Well, let's actually go with heaters first. That'll allow us to kind of laser target the first couple of places we need. Scouts have reached the sturdy shelter. The shelter is well supplied and built to withstand even the worst weather. An advanced steam heating system protects it from the cold. The shelter is comfortable and well equipped with emergency supplies. There's a notice posted by the heavy round door. To all scientists, if you use any supplies, remember to notify the quartermaster upon your return to the city. This means there's another city out there. A signpost by the trail points in 2 directions. London, 1,934 miles. Home, 27 miles. Discovered the steel bridge. Ah. Loads of wood, rations, and steam cores. Excellent. Now, I definitely want to go to the steel bridge, for reasons. The trail goes over an elegant steel bridge that crosses a huge ravine. The bridge is remarkably snow-free. Head on out. Get some people working in the extra hunter's hut. And sorry, Silicon Valley rules. Long hours for the nerds. How many buildings? 10. I'm gonna need 3 more sets of tents. You here. Actually, yeah, because of this. Over the steam hub. That might have cost us, but we'll go with it. One of our people died, oh no. First death. Sickness, accident, and deadly cold will keep claiming lives in this harsh world. We need a way to dispose of the body. So, we went for corpse disposal last time, but we never actually got around to using any of that. We never actually got around to organ transplants. Let's just go with the cemetery this time. New building, cemetery, hope will rise slightly, no risk of disease from unburied bodies. Each burial will keep some people from work for a few hours, and you'll have to establish a cemetery. Sure. Let's go with that one this time.
Hear me. New law in the city.
Else died. It's just too cold out here. What are the streets doing? There can only be one cemetery. There can be only one. Oh. Put it here. Let's not put it where it will compete with warm space. Let's put it... Is this what Canada looks like? I've only been to small parts of Canada, and that during summer. Maybe some of the northern parts of it look like this. I'm kind of thinking more of places like Siberia. Places where if you have a car, you have to keep it running all through winter, or else it will just freeze solid. So you literally have to just keep your car idling the entire time. Steam hub. 20 steel, we can heat up a section. Okay, so let's put in another little street. Put it there. Okay, now let's get to drawing boards. do we do for housing? Nice to get that cookhouse running again. Cemetery established. Now we can put our dead to rest. Hope rises. Okay. Okay, ooh. We can see the thawed spot around this heater. That is really nice. Now the cookhouse is running again. The cookhouse probably doesn't need to run full tilt most of the time. It just needs to process whatever we're bringing in. Scouts have reached the bridge to Winterhome. A brass plaque on the bridge tower reads, "Built by the people of Winterhome in AD 1887. The bridge is kept completely snow-free by a working automaton." It's our robot friend. We stopped at the edge of a deep, wide ravine, marveling at the steel bridge spanning it, even more so at the huge automaton sweeping snow from the roadway. It would be possible to send the machine back to our city or disassemble it for resources. Send it to the city. Safely come back on its own. We reprogrammed the automaton and sent it on its way. As it disappeared in the distance, walking steadily towards our city, the first wisps of snow started to settle on the bridge. Alright, where to next? Large convoy, weather station. This team is carrying a fair amount of stuff. But let's send them to the weather station first. Finding the bridge to Winterhome proved that we're on the right track, but raised questions. Why was the bridge deserted? Why wasn't the automaton under the care of an engineer? There are logical explanations to it all, but people are growing anxious. Hope falls slightly. We'll find out in Winterhome, alright? Okay, robot friend is on its way. We are researching drawing boards and plenty of other things. Medicine still a problem. Let's see if we can research the better medical facilities next. Nobody's homeless, though. That's good. Slight respite from the cold. Wood crates depleted. Ah, okay, that's gone, which is slight relief, actually. Utilitarian options. Let's see. always build another medical post to take care of people for a while, especially if we set it in this nice warm area. Especially considering we've got some engineers free to work on it and to work in it. Still got tents. We know we will need resources depots in not terribly long. Also start up a gathering post. Would that work? Need more wood for that anyway. But we're also about to get our robot friend. Book of Laws. Ceremonial funerals like. Those who give their lives in service to the city deserve the highest honor. We will give our dead ceremonial funerals to inspire the living. Loss of hope caused by deaths is halved. Ooh, nice. I like this.
A new law has passed.
Fancy burials. Who has time for that? Well, at the end of the workday, you'll be fine. Drawing boards! Excellent. Alright, what now? More scouts. Might be good, actually. Yeah, but look at all that buried wood. Yeah, we have to gather it all. Oh dear. Let's see, there's... Okay, the infirmary we can't get until drafting machines. We could go straight for that. Medical post upgrade. Bunkhouse. A dwelling for 10 people that is adequately protected from the weather. That would also be really nice. Since we're researching faster, we're gonna need this for the infirmary anyway. Let's go for the medical post upgrade as soon as we can. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need... Ooh, I run us straight out of wood crates? I may have. That's a serious problem. What that means is, actually, you guys need to come back immediately with all that wood you're carrying. And we're gonna need a sawmill. Our people died. What of? Frostbite? Not much we can do till we get more wood.
Night is coming. Put down your tools.
More sick beds needed. Captain, some of our people are concerned about the rising number of untreated sick. Alright, I will open a new medical post. I will put it right next to the other one. Though I'm gonna need wood to build it, so y'all are gonna need to get back here pretty quickly. Okay, sawmill researched. That's excellent. Cost wood to build. Fantastic. Sawmill upgrade could go for that right away. Generator upgrades, resources. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to wait till they come in with that wood. Unless there's something we can research for just steel in a hurry. Well, the sawmill upgrade, sure. Let's not have that sitting there. Burial ceremony is starting at the cemetery. They want 2 medical posts, okay. Get back here with that wood.
Your work shift starts.
Steel wreckage finished. Okay, they're back. They brought good things. Alright. Please go to the weather station. And with this wood, we're gonna need to build our first sawmill. Now, apparently we can learn to extend the range of a sawmill. We don't want to destroy any of the resources that it could gather. So let's put this here. And then we can get a street that goes to it. Nope. Street, please. It's a little awkward. There we go. And we also need to build a couple more medical posts. Just put there. And next we can research hothouse. Let's go for the generator range upgrade. We might not have to rely on these little heaters so much. The Child's Plea. Captain, we found a boy frozen to the bone in the cemetery next to a fresh grave. He must have been there for hours. He wants you to call an emergency meeting. He says that if you agree, his mother will wake up to attend it. No, he must face his loss. Not much I can do about that. Robot friend is almost here. That coal pile is all finished. Okay. About 4 hours. Our robot friend will be here by then.
Gather your tools. The shift is ending.
And I love that thing. It's like Victorian era Horizon Zero Dawn. I said it the first time, but I'll say it again. Okay, so a word of advice using automatons. Our first automaton is operational. This will help our economy greatly. Automatons can replace entire manual labor crews. They work around the clock with short breaks to refuel at the generator. We can research upgrades to raise their efficiency and capability. Excellent. So, here at this sawmill, I'm just gonna have the automaton work there. What did you call that thing? An automaton? Joel Walpole. Walpole! It was Walpole! Walpole's fault for everything. Oh, you helped with the stick. They and their families are great. Hope rises. Okay, so do I not need this one then? It's gonna be slightly out in the cold, so let's leave it. Once scientists figure out how to create oxygen on Mars, you bet they're gonna use games like this for simulation? Well, surviving Mars is that. And there was even a game, I forget what it was called, but NASA or someone, I don't think it was NASA, but somebody set up a simulation you could access online that was like very realistic about how you'd have to balance things in a Mars colony, like how much oxygen is in the atmosphere versus other things, and how do you produce each gas from the other gases. And I don't remember what it was called, but it was like even more accurate. Okay, so we've got our range upgrade. I don't know if that was set automatically, but we'll take a look. So what next? Dwelling for 10 people that is adequately protected from the weather. Let's start. Let's start working on that. It is nice to be able to improve things so quickly. Got our coal piles over there. Two sick absences, huh? Well, that's ironic, but we have nobody Listed as sick down there right now. Okay, our expedition is doing stuff. Workshop is doing stuff. Well, they will once it's work time again. Places are pretty cozy for now. They're about to not be. Araguma Fox, thank you for the follow. And thank you for reminding me that I need to name the robot friend. Where are you? Robot friend. Are you recharging? You just kind of hiding? Shows me where you're assigned. Did you like... Oh, the Heavy Irishman. Okay, it was so well integrated into this thing that I couldn't see it. Alright, well let's see. We have had 3 people sign on this stream. So let's see which of you 3 gets to put your name on this monstrosity. You're Irish by blood? Oh, that's cool. But by the random number roll, Detective Tomato is our automaton. 4 people are sick. It's kind of the thing that we can never get away from. Oh, we're already up to range 2. Okay, go back to range 1 for now. Let me look at a little math here. 100% coal consumption. 3 per hour for each of those steam hubs. Because the thing is, if we increase the range on the generator, we might not need the steam hubs close to the generator anymore.
Work time. Get back to work.
Let's turn up this range. Okay, we're getting close to the steam hub, but we're not quite there. So I'm gonna keep that back down for now. And we need to step up our coal capabilities. How's research going? It's going. Let's work on a resource depot. We are going to need it. As soon as bunkhouses are ready to go, we're gonna start rearranging some things. Hey, build bunkhouses to better protect people from the cold at night. What have we got here? We've got bunkhouses. Base heating level of 2. Base heating level of 1 for the thinly insulated shelters. So let's start upgrading places. And what should we work on next? We know we're gonna need to stockpile food eventually. We know we're gonna need everything eventually. Let's start working on coal mining post haste. Because we're about to run out of piles. Let's not upgrade everybody's house at once, because clearly that leaves people homeless. Food seems to be on the rise. Okay, steel wreckage depleted, so we're gonna need steelworks too. So I don't see any more of that around. Steelworks, go. And until I know how much it's going to cost me to build a steelworks, I maybe had better leave other things alone for just a little bit. Where are you all going? Is there like one last thing out here that you need? Fact. Emergency shift for the researchers. Sorry, crunch time. Death of overwork. Really? One of our people died suddenly during an emergency shift. We don't know what happened, but it's likely it was a heart attack. End emergency shifts for today, or we must make sacrifices to survive. We just started. Come on. We also have our Book of Laws. Try this fighting arena. Evening bouts will reduce discontent. Sounds good.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
Good. Betting on fights was the next best thing to the races. Well, at least we're not doing bear baiting this time. Almost there on the research. Need the steelworks. I don't want to start building things without a steelworks ready to go. Okay, what next? Starting to get low on people. Steelworks before anything. Oh, it only costs wood. That's good. You go here. We'll build you a street. Kind of zigzaggy, but people coming to this coal will be able to get it. Death by overwork is a cultural problem in Japan. Well, I certainly have heard of that being the case. Gather up this coal. Next, let's work on the drafting machines. Let's make sure we can get that next level of tech. And our explorers have almost reached a new place. You know, if you'd just finished the road first, you could just use that to get over there. I'm kind of interested in watching the pathing here. Will they still cut across the diagonal?
Get to work. Move, people. There's plenty to do.
Guess they've already cut a path. Scouts have reached the weather station. There's nobody in the weather station, but everything still seems to be operational. We could try to find out what the scientists from Winterhome were working on. Yes, please do. We found scientists' notes. They predict that the Great Cold is going to get much worse. What's more troubling is that the observations ended abruptly months ago. There's also not a can of Spam, not even a crumb of bread left in the pantry. It's obvious they've moved out for good. You can see the city of Winterhome from the roof of the weather station. Okay, let's take these resources. There's Winterhome. There's a coal mine. Let's keep going. There can be no doubt it's a city much like ours. We can see the top of the generator, but it's switched off, perhaps for maintenance. The recent report from the weather station has got people talking. They're frightened that such an important facility was apparently abandoned. Some are starting to wonder whether the evacuation from London was a good idea. A few are lamenting openly. I knew we shouldn't have come. At least London had real houses, not tents and wooden shacks. Alright, well, we will have answers soon enough. Whether or not that's a really good thing is a separate question. Where's an arena? Every night a fight will be organized here, lowering discontent. How big is it? We can put it here. Drafting machines researched. That was quick. Hey, steam hub range upgrade. That might actually be even nicer than the generator. We'll need the power upgrade in order to get the efficiency upgrade. Outpost depots. Let's get that started as soon as we can. How much steel do we need for it? Kind of a bit. Let's plan on putting Robot Friend over here. Anything we can research just real quick? 8 hours? Yeah, go for it. Excuse me. Just so we're not losing any research time. Okay, actually, now that the steelworks is there, gotta swap places. Steelworks gets the automaton now. That's a higher priority. Looks like hunting needs a little more attention too. Interesting that we're seeing it walk over, but steel is still ticking upwards as though it was already at work.
Workday ends. It's time off.
More scouts researched. We can now deploy an additional scout team at the beacon. Excellent. And we're getting close-ish to having enough steel. Lighter scout sleds. What's this? Ooh, scouts will move 50% faster. Nice. In terms of just scaling up the speed of finding good things out there, that may actually be really important. Really, I'm just going for things that we can research cheaply with wood while I'm waiting to have enough steel. The ceremony is starting. Fighting arena has been established in accordance with the new law. Let's take a look. Guess that's a proper ring. Workshop is closed for the moment. We seem to be able to take care of our sick a lot better than last time. We got on top of it a lot better. Oh, and now we're out of food because I was not watching for that. Adjacent to street, says who? Winterhome. We climbed up to the edge of the city. We stood there speechless, staring at the scene of devastation. It's a city of the dead. Most of the buildings are destroyed and the generator has exploded. The streets of the ruined city are littered with scores of dead bodies. The City Chronicle describes the shortage of food and citizens' increasing despair, the following squabbles, riots and descent into anarchy, fights for dwindling resources, and the eventual starvation. Last entry, God forgive us, we're eating our dead. There's no hope. We get 2 steam cores for that. We are alone. The news has shocked everyone in the city. There were supposed to be many settlements and construction crews here, people living normal lives in homes heated by generators, but we're alone. Hope falls. Okay, this is when we get the big choice of what philosophical path to take. Can the hospitals create vaccines? Well, there's not really a good vaccine against frostbite. Winterhome has fallen. They're all dead? How will we survive here without any help? We have to go back to London. There's no hope for us here in this frozen desert. People start to gather as the news of the fate of Winterhome spreads through the city. Some of them want to drop everything and flee to London. Panic is starting to set in. I must give them purpose. Okay, and this is the big decision point. People are shaken, racked by fear and doubt. They've lost hope in our chances of survival. Desperation could quickly push them to commit reckless acts. You have to unite them behind a vision of the future. Decide now what will give them purpose and restore hope, or else our city will descend into the chaos that consumed Winterhome. So, if we go with order and discipline, we get one set of laws. If we go with faith and spiritual strength, then we get the other set of laws. So, I'm going to ask chat, actually. Anyone who feels inclined to speak up, do we want to see if we can make it with faith and spiritual strength again? Go with our Inquisition? Or do we want to see what happens when we go with order and discipline? Because I have no idea what happens. Because this is only the second time I'm playing through. So, what do you all think? I will sip some tea. And, we will actually kind of get a bit of a cliffhanger once I've made the choice here, because it's getting close to 6 o'clock, but anyone have strong opinions? And I can't make an actual poll for this because the channel's not monetized, so... Okay, no preference from Data X Flexagon. I shouldn't be surprised that a Flexagon would be adaptable. Order and discipline seems like the more logical route. Okay. So we have one vote for order, one abstention. Give it another slow sip of tea. Alright. Well, just for the sake of novelty, and one vote, besides that, let's go with order and discipline. Okay, so neighborhood watch. We need to mobilize and stand together to help people in need and protect them from troublemakers. So we'll get the watchtower. Watchtowers increase the hope of people living nearby. We will have to build 2 watchtowers, okay?
Hear me! New law in the city.
Volunteer force would be better, but I'm glad we'll have one. Alright. Order. Watchtower. 15 wood, 5 steel. Okay. Wasn't there something I was gonna... Yes, I was gonna set up, outpost, but, Okay, so we need to put these close to homes. Because they're gonna raise the hope of people who live near them. It's not a gigantic radius. I did not plan for putting things in between the houses. I could set one up over here. Kind of give us a differently sized chunk over here, but I think I'm okay with that. Ooh, just cover 3 at the most. Okay, let's plan on putting one here. One here. It gives us decent coverage that we can build on. Still got enough steel that we can research in the direction I want. Getting colder with each day. Ah, okay. The Londoners. Okay, this is similar to the other path. The unconvinced want to leave. Sir, you've convinced the majority, but hope is low. A group of our people are still so scared that they want to flee the city for London in 15 days. They've come to try to change your mind. You say order will save us? Nonsense. What, are we going to orderly decide who to eat first when we start to starve? If we don't try to reach London, we'll end up like Winterhome. Calm down, we're not going to die. Your people are divided. Some of them are so scared that they plan to leave the city for London in 15 days. They'll try to convince others to join them, preying on their discontent. Fear may lead people to desperate acts. Maintain peace, give people hope, and manage their discontent to guide the city safely through the looming social crisis. Okay, so that is similar to what happened in the Faith Path. But presumably our methods of raising hope will be different. Morning gathering. We'll gather each morning to make sure our goals and priorities for the day are clear to everyone. Okay, so morning gatherings instead of evening prayer services. Okay. We'll have guard stations. Raise the hope of people living nearby. They lower the discontent of people living nearby. You can use guards to break up protests, so we'll have that instead of an inquisition. Okay. We'll do that when we can. How's our research? Scrum sessions! Oh dear. More Silicon Valley rules.
There's plenty to do.
Okay, we're gonna need workers to staff these places. And we don't have giant amounts of people right now. As promised, you built and manned watchtowers to maintain order in the city. Hope rises. Now, presumably, I don't have to fully staff them necessarily. Nowhere is not working because it's too cold, so we're okay for now. Is research going? We're gonna need 20 steel and some more wood for the outpost depot. Gonna need more manpower. Oh, these people are waiting. Sheesh. We can see distant glimmers of sun reflected on the surface of the water. Unfrozen water here points to the presence of freshwater springs. That's cool and all. I kind of want to try to find several vehicles and tents. We can see people moving between them and smoke rising from a campfire. Okay, yes. I want to find people. Because manpower is at a premium right now. We had some people die, so hopefully we have housing space for them. Fighter scout sleds researched. Okay, and let's go for outpost depot right away. Scouts are now faster. So yes, these guys have sped up even as we're out there. Londoners are gaining steam, as it were, but it is 6 o'clock, so I'm gonna save the game here. I'm gonna call this one... Change the name, please. Okay, yes. Stream, save, 2. Okay. And thank you all so much for joining me, especially those of you who came with the raid and stuck around. I'm so glad that you're enjoying the experience, even if it's a little haphazard. And my plan is to stream again next Sunday at 2 p.m. Pacific time. It's on the schedule on my Twitch page, so you should be able to see it there. And I will see you all next week. And let's see who there is to raid. Is Avak still streaming? Yes, he is. Okay. Avak is playing Captain of Industry, which is in early access, and he's been like handing out access keys right and left, and people are going nuts for this game, so hopefully you will enjoy it. Start raid? Yes, okay. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you for noticing when I click things. So I'll see you all next week, and have a lovely rest of your day.